Only one game in the championship, only one game being played in the United States tonight. Loudoun United and Hartford Athletic ready to lock horns in Leesburg. Tonight's pregame show is presented by Segra. Penultimate day before the 4th of July. It's going to be a party tonight with Ricky Lopez-Espin, Mike Watts on hand as well. Take a look at the Eastern Conference, and Hartford is 6 points below the line, all the way at the bottom of the table. Games at hand and a new coach to tell you about for Loudoun in a three-way tie on 16 points, the 8th and final playoff spot. That in mind tonight, Ricky, if we're going to see the best of Loudoun United, means we need to see the best of Zach Ryan. He's our Betfred player to watch.
And if you're Ryan Martin, you need to get him the ball early and often, especially in around that 18-yard box, whether it's popping in the hole or just spinning in behind and stretching this back line for Hartford Athletic. But the question is for Ryan Martin, what does the service look like into Zach Ryan? Because you get him confident in around that 18-yard box, this attacking unit for Loudoun United is a whole different animal going forward. 11
goal contributions in 15 games this year for Ryan. Meanwhile, Tab Ramos is out as the head coach after just 23 games leading Hartford Athletic. So in comes Omid Namazi, a little bit of a journeyman in terms of his overarching history. We had a chance to talk to him this week. They need to see some real intensity tonight.
And it's going to be really interesting because he said, look, I've been around the block in terms of different stages within the U.S. soccer pyramid, but it's made me more adaptable. It gives me the ability to pick and choose what players and what to bring on in different situations. So it's going to be interesting to see the first game under Omid Namazi here tonight.
And he was very high on the acquisition of Edgardo Rito from Oakland. He's playing higher up the field than he did on the West Coast.
And you bring him in, how quickly can he adapt? How quickly can he get in a rhythm? But so much of what Hartford wants to do going forward is going to come through him, the ability to get around the corner and provide quality in around that 18-yard box. But he needs to be very careful and very disciplined in terms of choosing his time when to advance, but also do his defensive duties here tonight.
The first big change of Hartford's new era under Omid Namazi. The captain is back. Danny Barrera will start. We'll show you the lineups. We'll kick this one off in Leesburg. This is the USL Championship on a Monday night.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, giving your business the freedom to grow today. Segra is a proud sponsor of the Loudoun United Football Club.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day, and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more, because we have an appointment with destiny.
The pregame show is presented by Segra. That's in the rear view. We've got a fun matchup tonight. Loudoun is at the playoff line. Hartford, with a new coach, starts their chase toward postseason play. A look at the Loudoun United lineup under Ryan Martin and Zach Ryan, the focal point. Williamson drops out of the starting 11.
And you start to look at that front line. Ryan, he's going to stay high. He's going to occupy the two center backs. So it's going to be Hopkins making those runs to stretch the opposition. But Garay and Landry Husu, how quickly can they get on the ball, playing the terms that Ryan Martin wants to play on, moving the ball from left to right and really dictating tempo. Learman and Chica, they need to be together. They need to be compact and keep everything in front of them for this Hartford Athletic side.
What if I told you Omid Namazi made one change, and it was to put Danny Barrera back at the center midfield? First time all year he'll wear the captain's armband.
And what a massive change it can be for Hartford Athletic. The ability to pick and choose his passes to break lines going forward. Sadie and Amo, what does that relationship look like? But Pablo Torres and Barrera, as Barrera pushes high a bit deeper, Pablo Torres needs to sit right in front of that back four and give that give and chase relationship between that center park. Lappert and McLean, again, be compact and keep everything in front of you, because talking to Hartford Athletic defensively is going to be the key to tonight.
This is it tonight, just one game on the docket. Thumbs up from J.C. Griggs. Underway with the USL Championship's Monday Night Football match. It is Loudoun United hosting Hartford Athletic. Both sides in pretty regrettable form, all things considered. Ryan will chase, and away by Joe Rice, who does move back into the starting 11, the Fairfax High School on to VCU, former Loudoun player. Forward from Chica. Luke Merrill. Glenn. Rito. You and I spent a lot of time contemplating a 3-back or a 4-back. I think we have an answer.
Definitely do. It's going to be interesting to see how Rito really fits into playing a 4-back, because we've seen him play, whether it's at Oakland, even last time out for this Hartford Athletic side, just the ability to get himself in that final third, whether it's goals, whether it's assists. So having that balance and picking and choosing your times within your discipline, when to go, but also when to stay at home and be compact in your back four.
Sue Landry. Learman ducks beneath Elvis Amo. That's Chico's in for the suspended Jace Clark. Terms down to Kowanda. Second start of the season. Santos. From Sheldon, belongs to Hartford here. You talk to Ryan Martin, he's dealing with the same classic questions every coach does after the opponent's coach for that week has been sacked. What's this actually going to look like? Rito playing early for Amo and snagged by Jockeman. Let's take a look at tonight's keys to the game. They're brought to you by Country Buick GMC of Leesburg.
And for Loudoun United, simple enough. Just shut down that front line of stars for Hartford Athletic, whether it's Prince Sadie, whether it is Elvis Amo. You have Rito. How do you negate them and get them on their heels more times than often? And for Hartford Athletic, we talked about defensively. That's going to be the start. Be disruptive, be intense, and keep everything in front of you. You're compact in your defensive structure. It's going to be really interesting, really key in terms of your success.
McGlynn ranges over. That's kept in by Landry. Zane. It's Koa Santos. The dangerous right foot, curling that in toward Ryan. Learman. Good to see Learman back, available maybe 60 minutes tonight. Felt he really had to push it in a 3-0 loss at Charleston due to the red card and the lack of depth at center back. Perhaps even bigger, Cole Turner He's available for the first time since March tonight to come off the bench as a defender. Bryce Washington might not be far behind offside.
Now, if you're Hartford Athletic attacker, you need to understand that. You need to go at him. You test him early and often, especially if you're Mill, put a body on him, try to get him out of the game and give Sadie the ability to just drop in and operate underneath between those lines. So it's a big challenge for the visitors here. How do they ask questions? How do they test the shape of Loudoun United and their defensive structure?
Sheldon. Poke free right to Santos off of Merrill. Big switch came in from Garay. Flying toward the penalty area. Bit of contact. Morris finally free. That's kind of funny. You see Jake Morris, his cousin Aiden Morris, just called into the U.S. national team. Jake just arriving from Columbus, debuted in the match against Charleston on the road. They are definitely related. It does not take long to figure that out.
Such a special player. Jake Morris as well. Big in physical nature, but ability left.
There's the aforementioned Zane. Comes out to Prince Sadie. Landry, and upfield by Hopkins. The final third, that's past Hopkins. Santos!
How clean can you be if you're Hartford Athletic playing out of this initial pressure for Loudoun United? It's a good little look here. As Ryan understands, everyone's getting drawn across. There's information on this pass into Santos. You have to hit this first time, and as Sheldon goes down, maybe throws him off, but you see his balance leaning back up and over the bar. Chance that goes begging for the home side.
Slid away from Garay. What's a positive outcome other than points tonight for Hartford? What are the things you're looking for to say, okay, it's only been a week with Omid Namazi, but we're satisfied that we're going in the right direction?
We keep talking about it, Mike, just defensively. You need to be a bit more tough to break down, tougher in the tackle, and just want to get that clean sheet. Because you look at their goals against, 34 within a short amount of games here for Hartford Athletics. So you need to be a bit more compact and harder to break down. And that's something that Omid was quick to point out to us, saying we're starting this game, and our main goal is, yes, we want to pick up 3 points, but we also want to get a clean sheet. So you're looking for them in a defensive structure to keep everything compact and in front of them. Again, just the wants, because when a new coach comes in as a player, it's an opportunity to make yourself known into that starting 11. When that team sheet comes out, you want to be written into those spots in Sharpie. So again, for a lot of these players, it's an opportunity to impress a new manager.
Out to Lappard. Nice little cut back, and this shot is in from Prince Sadie. And Hartford have a dream beginning under a new manager. Utter shock in Loudoun. His 5th goal of the season.
When we talk about having relationships with the player in front of you, as Rito pushes wide, Sadie comes into the interior and just breaks the line. Little bit of individual magic. The swivel of the hips uses the momentum against him to cut up Morris. And as he catches Jalkaman cheating, exquisite finish to close his hips at the last second. Sneaks it into that near post. No celebration needed. The visitors, they have their goal in the first 10 minutes. Dream start on the road here.
And the celebration from Omid Namazi. It's the 8th minute of play, and now he's already outscored his entire 2022 performance. The player who was initially spotted in part for Harry Watling by Lloyd Sam set up the recommendation. Had 12 goal contributions a year ago. Now he's got 5 goals halfway through the season. Time to find out about the constitution of this Hartford side. Ball slides through Zane. Steps by, Tried to angle through McGlynn, play on. Jockeman. Garay.
If you're Loudoun United, especially trying to force turnovers higher up the field, you need to be a bit more cleaner in your decision making. Too many times Zane comes in a central location.
This is a missile right at Rice.
Too many times for Loudoun United. Yes, you force a turnover higher up the field. A little second of indecision gives Hartford Athletic the ability to close down, get into their defensive shape to make life very difficult. So if you force a turnover higher up the field, how quickly can you penetrate in terms of movement and ball circulation as well?
Back from Rito, 10 minutes gone. Prince Sadie in the 8th minute of play. This is the 8th time this season that Hartford scored the opening goal. And they've won just 2 of those games. Going on to lose 3 and draw a pair. And therein lies the problem with this Hartford team. It's not a total lack of talent. Tab and Ray Reed did a good job recruiting a pretty strong roster. I think most felt that way going into the year. For a variety of reasons, they've lost far too many points from a leading position. By the way, the assist on that goal to Danny Barrera. His second of the season. Down the line for Abdul Zane. Merrill in his wake. Zane did get the cross through. It's bobbled and maintained by Rice. If he doesn't, Ryan was ready to whack away.
And he's been active, Zane, especially once they get in around that 18-yard box in that final third. If you're Ryan here, you need to get on your bike and make this near post run. It's so important for number 9 because it does 2 things. It pulls out a center back to open up a secondary action. You don't get on the ball, but if you do get on the ball, it's an easy tap in. Push enough for Rice. Recovers his spillage right on the feet. Zach Ryan there. Just a little bit of a sign of a warning for Loudoun United how explosive they can be.
Lewis unleashes Rito. This is Rito at his best. Flying at the back line. Rito still unimpeded. The overlap from Sheldon. Well, that's usually why he plays on the right.
You just see the explosiveness, the ability to just guide pass. Not 1, not 2, but 3 Loudoun United players making it look extremely easy.
Santos. Learman, the second-year pro out of Pitt.
Good ball.
Pocket of space to run into here for Jackson Hopkins. Downshifting, Ryan will maintain. He's got McGlynn in his pocket. Chica. That's swiveling. That's indecision from Hopkins.
Once again, just not being clean enough in terms of how soft can you be with the ball at your feet, make the defenders move, but also the movement must be a bit more better for Loudoun United. It was isolated 1v2 in terms of the favor of Hartford Athletic. As Hopkins draws out a center back, there needs to be a secondary action, whether it's Ryan, whether it's Husu Landry from a deep line position. There's going to be success to be had for Loudoun United. If you can break that initial pressure like we've seen, get the ball in the half turn, willing runners, you can ask a lot of questions of the visitors.
Landry. Picked up by Joe Rice. He started 4 games. Sanchez 26, goals allowed in 12. Rice 8 in the 4. About a 2-goal-a-game proposition they've conceded. That's last in the league. They made it clear this is an 11-man team defensively. Well, the stats never show that. Ball for Lewis got snipped out. Wrong-sided Ryan. You know, one thing that really stood out in our chat with Ryan Martin is they felt like they laid an egg, especially early against Charleston. Felt they got punked a little bit. Their mindset was wrong from the beginning. That was on Friday night on a muggy and hot evening in Charleston. And they've conceded in just the 8th minute here tonight. Not what they were looking for. It's not often you'll hear a coach say, everyone has to go home and look at the mirror and ask, did I do everything I could? Felt there may have been a player or two who wouldn't end up walking away with that feeling.
And frustration for Ryan Martin, and rightly so. You talk about just the mentality, just matching the intensity of your visitors, of your opposition. That's something, once again, 10 minutes in, at home, you never want to concede in the fashion that you did, just route one around the corner. Too many times, getting broken down easily. Once again, if you're Ryan Martin, you're going to be a bit frustrated with the start here.
Sadie clips that across. Jacquemin goes soaring. Luckily, the ball does too. Sheldon sought the return. That's good play by Amo. Sheldon goes down right outside the penalty area. Sane the foul.
Sadie, you want to isolate your individual battle here. A little drop of the shoulder. Nervy moments between the sticks for Loudoun United. He doesn't mean it. He'll take it and finds the back of the net. On the back end of it, just look at the lack of reaction from Loudoun United. As this ball comes down, I'll tell you what, Sheldon makes the most of it. Puts his body in front. Zane, not too much contact, goes down very cleverly. Wins a very dangerous set piece for the visitors here.
That 3 feet closer, you think the referee's still blowing the whistle?
Absolutely not.
Well, here's the happy medium. That is Barrera, likely to hit an outswinger. Could be Juan Pablo Torres. Aiming at that significant amount of space at the near post. Barrera swings this. They're going to be looking for that ball for a long, long time. Prince Sadie just sent that to the district.
Straight off the training ground for Hamid and Mazi's boys. Sadie peels off. It's such a difficult technique to get this on target because your hips are facing towards the side of the field. You don't need to hit it too hard. You just need to guide it into that near post. Likes to go for power. Sends his head back. Shoulders go back. That's why you see it go up and over of the bar. Really clever set piece build-up for Hartford Athletic.
Given away cheaply by Rice. Big switch into Sadie. Over the top by Barrera. And Rice arrives. You know, the standings would tell you this would be an upset. Until September of last year, Hartford only ever dropped points against Loudoun once. It's the 14th meeting. Hartford has won 11, lost 1, drawn 1. So tonight, match number 14, rather. Of course, these two were paired together for 4 games in 2020. Ball by Santos, reverses through Kowanda. Chica. Learman. Away from Landry, it's still alive. Ryan through. Landry cuts it across. There's the tap in. Jackson Hopkins the finish. His third in 9 games. And Loudoun level inside 20 minutes.
Just top-class quality from Loudoun United. Never a matter of if, it was a matter of when they find the back of the net with the quality that they have. Watch the off-ball movement, quick touches, slow in rotation for Hartford Athletic, and as this ball comes across, it's all about unselfishness here from Landry. Picks up his head, he draws out. Rice dishes it off to Hopkins, off to the corner. The quality, such an easy finish for a player of that quality. We talk about the build-up play. Quick between lines, clean between lines, decisive between lines, and that man has to be a very happy manager in terms of their reaction.
He wanted to see more this week, was wholly dissatisfied by the start against Charleston. They fell 3-0, a red card at the end of the first half, only proving to make matters worse, and we've got red smoke before the fireworks tonight. 1-1. And who knew, maybe this is exactly the matchup that deserves the lone game moniker or spotlight tonight.
I think if you're Ryan Martin, you're clipping that video and showing your boys this is what we're capable of doing. Watch out.
Lappert living dangerously. Oh, he's turned it over to Ryan, and it's delicately back to Rice. What in the world?
A bit complacent in terms of playing out of the back for Hartford Athletic throughout this first half. If you're Loudoun United, you smell blood, you throw numbers at him, you try to force turnovers, just too casual. Fortunate enough for the center back, that's not 2 yards to the left into that corner. I think there is going to be question marks if you're Loudoun United, saying, how do you deal with this initial pressure? We bait you to beat us with your passing, especially the 2 center backs of Hartford Athletic.
Mentioned the stat about early goals by Hartford. It's the 6th time they've grabbed the opening goal on the road. They've only taken 5 points from it so far. Ball down the line, Koa Santos. Dangerous as ever to the top of the area. Hopkins through, seeking Zane. And Rice collects and launches. Lewis. Well, this is flying forward. That's Rito, beg your pardon, 72, getting down the right-hand side.
And this is exactly what he gives you from a deep lying position, the ability to stretch the field with his power, with his pace, but give credit to Jake Morris. Like for like with Rito, goes down once, get the second bite at the apple, makes no mistake about that challenge. But that's going to be the challenge for Loudoun United. Yes, you want to overcommit numbers, play expansive football, especially in your attacking phase. You have to have that defensive positioning and that balance. Always have a +1, because transition moments, they can hurt you between Rito, between Prince Sadie for the visitors here.
That is Juan Pablo Torres. Spent last year at RGV, the year prior in Austin, the time with NYCFC, early in his pro career. He's called for Barrera. Again, it's off the training ground, but this one broke down. Barrera recovers, steps through, fires across, off of Jacobin, and out by Chica. That's a throw.
Such a clever ball here from Barrera. Turns his defensive efforts into attacking opportunities. He pitches head up the whole time. As Sadie makes that near post run, they give credit. Jacobin comes off his line, extremely confident. Negates another goal-scoring opportunity for Hartford Athletic.
Rito bounces by. And forward for Loudoun United in the 25th minute of play. Prince Sadie in the 8th to put Hartford ahead. Jackson Hopkins in the 20th. This header asking questions. Coming off his line, Rice crashing. Makes well with Hopkins. Former teammates, those two.
Fantastic ball in from Santos. Picks up his head, puts this on a dime, but last-ditch defending effort from Pablo Torres. If you're Rice, you come off your line, you need to be extremely decisive and confident you're going to make a play on this ball. He hits the high boot from Hopkins. Always going to get called right in front of J.C. Griggs. As this game is opening up, we're asking your two center backs for either side just to be a bit more disciplined in terms of your positioning when you're on the ball.
That's Lewis. Ball through. This should look familiar. Ball ahead of Mo. Kicked away by Jacquemin. What do you say about the game opening up? That is lackadaisical, and Garay just got let entirely off the hook.
The shape is just too vulnerable for Loudoun United. It's an extra pass from Sadie around the corner. For Elvis Samo, you pick a corner, you have the lead, you hit it straight at Jacquemin. Don't ask enough questions. You need to have a bit more quality. You open up your hips and just pass it into that near post. Look to go for across your body. That's always going to play in favor of the goalkeeper because he has a better vision, better view of, cut down the angle. But what a massive save that is for Jacquemin to keep this thing 1-1.
Big ball over the top, checks up on the turf, rolls to Rice. Big ball the other way. Merrill. Return to Merrill. Learman got in the way. Otherwise, Zamo had teed him up perfectly. By the way, Hartford has conceded 15 goals in the first half of games. That's most in the league. That shouldn't surprise you. They've given up more goals than anybody. But Loudoun has scored 15 first half goals. Only San Antonio and Sacramento have more. Garay will chase. What's going through Ryan Martin's mind right now?
I think he's starting the defensive side. Too many times you're getting broken, whether it's your back line of a ball that's just vertical, the willing runners of Hartford Athletics, so you want to stay compact. You're looking at your middle two. You don't want to get caught too high. Too many times Landry and Garay are getting caught and one ball is just breaking them, and then you have no popping into the hole. You've seen how active Sadie's been around the corners, the same as Rito. And defensively, for both sides, just needs to be a bit cleaner and more compact in their shape.
Lappert. Pablo Torres. Danny Barrera.
Exactly what I'm talking about right here.
Lewis. Sees Sadie tucking in off the right. Sadie! That is wide.
You find the weak-sided center midfielder. Lewis picks up his head, and look at this run here from Rito. As he pulls out, Jake Morris, Sadie says, "I see you, I don't need you, excuse me." Comes into the interior, has eyes for that near post, just pulls it a bit too wide, but this run from Rito is just so special. It opens up that window. He understands that, takes advantage of it, but just pulls this shot. Those are situations that if you're Hartford Athletic, how can you be a bit cleaner advancing up the field, especially when you get on top of the 18-yard box?
Already a goal and a half of XG between the teams. Hopkins in the 20th from Landry. The assist has been corrected for Hartford. Sadie in the 8th from Rito. Rito's first point since joining the club from Oakland. With Rito and Sheldon, and whether you go with Merrill on that left side or Sadie on the right side. There's pretty intriguing options in wide areas in a 4-back.
Just the ability to get themselves in that final third, especially with the quality as well. So many times you see Rito get himself, and he just makes the right decision. That's so important for an outside back, because so many times throughout world football, outside backs do so well because they have the motor, they have the fitness to run up and down the field for 90+ minutes, but the only thing that's lacking is the quality to pick and choose the right ball to play and when to play it. That's something that if you're Matt Sheldon and Gardo Rito, you have that in your locker. That gives you just a whole different look going forward. Changing the point of attack is going to be really important for the success of Hartford Athletic as they advance into this season, because you have Rito, you have Sheldon, and they pick and choose. Yes, they're on the ball in their decision making, but also when to release in situations just like this.
There he goes. Down the line, Rito. Off the back heel of Chica, who drags along the turf just long enough to get a piece.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, Mike. As Rito picks up his head, he understands there's space in behind, and he has eyes for this cutback ball, because he understands Loudoun United is crashing towards the goal. There's going to be real estate into Andre Lewis, but give credit to Chica, just does just enough to put it out for a corner kick.
Chica's 9th start of the season from the area here. Came through the DC United Academy, gets the chance to go again as a starter here. And they say competition brings the best out of players. The return of Turner this week and Washington likely next week means he's gonna have to really fight for playing time, more so than he has in the last 2 months. So far, so good. All the while, a corner here. The armband wearing captain Danny Barrera. It's met by Learman when Pablo Torres sends it back. Sheldon, Lewis sought the return. Lewis slicing through. Sheldon's going to run onto it for Hartford. Merrill kept it from a Mo. The danger is still on here. Correa kept that in on the line. Kawanda had company. That's a Barrera foul.
Once again, it's just a wrong decision there from Jake Morris, just to play this ball straight into traffic. Kawanda does extremely well to draw the foul. Again, picking and choosing your times when to break lines in terms of playing out of the back, but just also when to play direct and relieve some of the pressure that you've been under.
Lappert, that's a free kick. You know, this game's on Sirius XM-FC, and they are baffled why we're sitting here. But if you were watching, you'd feel the same way. Koa Santos, finally, he's the one being told that J.C. Griggs has a watch. Now they've laid down the ref edge, and now we can actually take a free kick in the attacking half. Goodness gracious. Santos flying over the penalty area, and all of that for nothing. Price plucks it and sends it forward. Ball rolled through. Rito on the run will catch up at the end line. He drives inside. Rito cuts across, a touch from Jockeman. And the clearance may have caught the arm of Sheldon. Play on. Barrera. Whoa there, slow it down. Jacobin rolls it forward.
Figure right here, you need to put your foot on this ball and slow things down. The 3v6, 3v7 going back the other way. That's a good decision there from Ryan.
And Loudoun might be the youngest team in the league, but for a young guy, Gray and Ryan, this is not their first rodeo. You expect them to be able to calm the game. Chested down, top of the area by Ryan. This will be a throw for Hartford.
Plays well beyond his ears, Gray. 32, he's just mentioned, just dictate tempo and pick a pass and break lines with his technique, his vision as well. The reason why they were affiliated. United had such high hopes for the young man.
Landry thought he'd go for goal.
Such an upside as well. He's going to be massive for Ryan Martin as the season progresses. And the withdrawn number 10, so his relationship between Ryan on that front line.
Away by Morris. You know, I'm speaking, of course, to MLS on Apple TVs. Ricky Lopez Espin, congratulations, buddy. But you did the Next Pro final last year, and he was in it with Columbus. More familiar with his game than maybe any commentator in the country. What about Morris will change the dynamic for Loudoun? You talk about young players coming in. He's got a chance. Meanwhile, it's Lewis who has a chance. That ball ricochets right through. Amo got bowled over. The offside flag was up. It's all for naught.
Once again, if you're Loudoun United, you have to have the ability to close down the space. Amo just wanders offside about a yard. Look at the middle of your screen. Has Andre Lewis just get the second bite at the apple. It's a recognition on the weak side for Jake Morris and Santos to push up. Gets caught offside, but you talk about Jake Morris. He's gonna be massive, I think, for the Loudoun United. Much like Rito, picking and choosing his times when to find and get himself into that final third, but also the quality. You're gonna see throughout the season the ability to whip in a ball with his left foot and put it at the right spaces for his number 9. So if you're Zach Ryan, your movement in around that 18-yard box needs to be spot on. That secondary movement, especially to move your initial mark, whether it's dip your shoulders to go near post, spin off to go far post, because you're gonna see this man making the overlap. Jake Morris get on the ball and pick and choose the right times and where to put the ball at the right place.
Attempt to spin that through. Lappert was wise to it. And this game is wide open. That's Rito. Finally, Loudoun running the race with him. And Griggs' whistle blows as Landry brought down from behind.
But it's such good recognition from Landry to understand, as Jake Morris is caught up a bit higher, let me double down and do my defensive duties as a defensive midfielder. Shields off Rito and then takes the contact from Andre Lewis. Little things like that make you so crucial. Understanding when to fill in, when to drop down in terms of that back line. Been massive 38 minutes in.
By the way, the Morris deal is a season-long loan the rest of the way. You're going to see a lot of that around the championship right now. Some guys that maybe are a bit beyond playing with some younger guys at this stage of their career, so maybe the MLS 2 setup isn't exactly the right fit. Guys where the Open Cup has come and gone and the chance for first-team football in MLS has probably passed them by for the year.
It's also interesting because you talked about maybe MLS Next Pro having more of an academy base. It's a different role for Jake Morris as well, to understand that you're going to come in and you're going to be a leader. People are going to look at you. How do you go about your business day in and day out? How do you approach training sessions? How do you approach weight sessions? Game day as well. So again, in terms of his development, it's a massive year for him.
Ball bounces around and finally the whistle's gone. Loudoun was nearly off the other direction. Landry, quite the challenge.
Second balls are going to be extremely important for Hartford Athletic. You see, he goes extremely high. Studs are showing. Catches Pablo Torres there.
So Omid Namazi, Hartford fans, and get familiar with that face. It is not an interim role found out on Monday. He said it all happened very suddenly. He was told that Tab Ramos was going to part ways with the club. A manager he has so much respect for went with him from US Soccer to Houston to Hartford. Said he spoke to Tab this week, got his blessing to continue in the role. Says Tab knows the business, and our experience with Tab, nothing but first class, first rate, a gentleman. This ball across off the set piece, bang off of Sadie, and Loudoun don't have the numbers they want just yet. They continue to fly forward, and that's more promising. Zane chasing. He got cut out by Lappert. Advantage played into the penalty area on a winding run and a corner at the end. And an injury for Zane. He's grabbing the bottom of his right foot and howling.
As this ball comes over the top of your Lappert, there's no need to go this rash into this challenge. Zane's towards the end. I'll tell you what, he should be seeing yellow for that challenge. As they play advantage, McGlynn does very well all ball here. The first one, I think the question you have to ask J.C. Griggs is, where's the yellow card? Zane's facing away from goal, going towards a corner flag. You come in high, you come in late. See Ryan Martin definitely fall kindly with that call, or the lack thereof, I should say.
Learman and Hopkins among the players trying to get the judge to push a little more punishment. Just going to slide all the way through right to Rice. To go back to Tab Ramos for one more moment. Talking about a guy who came in with 7 games left last year, had a winning record in a team where wins were few and far between. He was a guy who wanted to stay on the floor of coaching in the U.S. That's his long-term ambition. Ball over the top for Amo. Amo's gotten there. Another save. Jacobin, and the ricochet may have come off an arm, but it's inadvertent, and the referee says it should continue. But in the end, it really didn't work out for Hartford, and they're back to the drawing board to some extent. If Omid Namazi is right for this job, it should show itself. There's a lot of pressure on Ray Reid and Bruce Mandel to get this right, especially after letting a U.S. soccer legend walk out the door after just 23 games. A look at the chance by Amo.
But once again, it's just Route 1 in behind of Chica. Elvis Amo straight at Jacobin once again. There is an argument to be had for Learman. Catches him on the back end of it. You're asking for composure and quality from the number 9. That's 2 chances that go straight at goalkeeper between the sticks for the home side. Pick a corner. You have a brace in this first half for Elvis Amo. That's something that if you're Amin Namazi, look, we're doing very well getting ourselves into that final third, but what we do in that final third has been lacking, whether it's just simple enough, pick a corner or a combination play. Someone just having that individual brilliance, because their lack of opportunities is certainly there.
Barrera has been spraying balls all over the place. Leading that forward. The angle all wrong for Rito. That would have been a miraculous goal if he sneaks it inside. With 2 minutes remaining in the first half, a 1-1 match, Loudoun hosting Hartford. Hartford Athletic, 1 win in their last 11 games, and you wouldn't believe who it was against. Let's take a look at the Rito effort.
Just changing the point of attack, creating overloads on the weak side. Sadie, you need to have a bit more patience here. As you have Rito coming around the corner, you need to make Jake Morris make a decision. Does he stay with you? Does he go with the runner? That closes down for Rito, and it goes the wrong side of the post.
It's all the way down. Of course, Hartford's win at Dillon Stadium against, yes, Loudoun. The only intervening win since April. Sadie. Sheldon. This is a good exhibition by Zane. That didn't look too promising, did it? Landry, giant pocket of space. Garay, Landry making the run. Landry wide. Angle closed down by Rice, who's apoplectic. How in the world was he entirely unmarked on the give and go?
The shape for Hartford Athletic is just all out of whack. As Pablo Torres gets drawn out, there's no one that step up. And as this ball comes around the corner, no one rotates over. If you're Matt Sheldon, you have to understand, as Lappert steps up, you have to provide that coverage and slide in centrally. Landry squeaks in between the lines and just gets his finish all wrong. And Lex to go for power, wrong side of the post. You had movement centrally. If you just sweat this ball across, probably a better angle, but give credit to Rice. Comes off his line extremely quick to close down the angle, make very life difficult for Husu Landry.
Stoppage time is brought to you by Novak, delivering power you can count on. We'll go another 100 seconds, head to the dressing room, and contemplate.
I talked about it in the open mic for both of these sides. Yes, you have a number 10, the ability to join the attack as you see fit. So the partnership for that player, whether it is Landry for Loudoun United, whether it is Torres for Hartford Athletic, you have to have the understanding to drop in right in front of your back four, because if you get drawn out, there's too many gaps that are going to open up between the lines. And if you get drawn out, the other players around you need to understand that to step high if you're center back, or also drop down if you're a midfielder. But it's too many times that little rotation has been lacking.
Racing over to try and get a piece. The extra slide maintains it for Loudoun at the top of the penalty area. That's off the mark for Ryan. It's worth noting both these teams have a ton of attacking options tonight off their bench. Holpino, Edwards available tonight for Hartford. Williamson, Leggett, Elmegkar for Loudoun. This is not a game to tune out at halftime and assume it ends the way it started. Walking into space, outside to Matt Sheldon, curling across that Jockeman yanks out of the air. Appears pretty content to take this to the intermission. I think our halftime entertainment is being lined up in the corner right now.
Is that bubble soccer ball? The bumper bubble things, whatever they're called?
I think so.
Those are the best.
Are they?
They're so much fun.
There's halftime, and we're on to the bumper soccer now. 1-1 at halftime, and chances for both to be ahead in this match.
I think you have to look defensively for both of these coaches. Hartford Athletic, Loudoun United, too many times you're getting broken down far too easy. But if you're Hartford Athletic and Omid Namazi, you get to that final third, what does it look like? You need to be a bit more ruthless and a bit more clinical, because you had so many opportunities to go up in this first half. And for Ryan Martin, again, stay compact in your defensive shape and try to catch Hartford Athletic out in transition moments. It's going to be really interesting this next 45 minutes.
Hopkins his third of the season, Sadie his fifth. And it is 1-1 at halftime. Few physical moments. Both goalkeepers coming up with some enormous stops. Perfect start to the Omid Namazi era. Ryan Martin's men do come from behind to pole level. Halftime is coming up on Monday Night Football.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, giving your business the freedom to grow today. Segra is a proud sponsor of the Loudoun United Football Club.
There are certain things we've come to expect in Northern Virginia. Traffic jams, tourists, cherry blossoms, and reliable power from Novak. With a 99.99% rating, Novak's reliability is among the best in the region. To keep that high service level, Novak regularly upgrades its electric system equipment with new poles, wire, and cutting-edge technology. Novak, delivering power you can count on.
Dance like everybody's watching. That's how Ricky's always done it. Loudoun and Hartford 1-1 at halftime here in Virginia. We wish everybody a preemptive happy 4th of July. Glad you're with us. How about we take a look at Loudoun's upcoming schedule? And that is Murderer's Row here the next 2 weeks. 2 very tough road games. And Orange County is not the pushover that they were a month ago.
It's going to be very interesting for Ryan Martin. You go to Lynn Family Stadium, you go to Keyworth as well, one of 2 of the most hostile environments in all of USL Championship, but then you welcome a very struggling Miami FC Memphis. They just got knocked in by Phoenix Rising, so what does that reaction look like? And Orange County as well, like you said, Mike, completely different and picking up steam as they truck along here.
How about for Hartford Athletic? They're going to go on the road for quite some time. The good news is there's going to be a flock of seagulls at their stadium. And you might think I'm talking about birds. I'm not. There's a band, and they're going to be playing there. It's the 14th of July. Why do I know that? Because it's right before they go on the road to take on Tulsa and then not return the rest of the month.
It's going to be very interesting as well. And you talk about this Hartford Athletic side 1-4-2 away from home. So how do you write that script here? But talking to Omid Namazi, was very quick to point out that it starts with this game. It starts against this Loudoun side, the next 45 minutes, and then we take on San Diego. Then we go to FC Tulsa. So one step at a time for Hartford Athletic.
By the way, Loudoun United FC's next home match comes Saturday, July the 15th, as Hometown Heroes Night at Segra Field allows us to celebrate healthcare workers and first responders. They'll host a touch a truck on the concourse. As always, kids invited onto the field after the match. For Kids Kick on Goal, team autographs too. Get your tickets now at LoudounUnitedFC.com. That's the home match against Orange County. Meanwhile, they've still got work to do here against Hartford. No Seagulls on the field tonight. 1-1 at the break. First half highlights, and there are a lot of them after these messages. And a word from your local station.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams? Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities? This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Slide this in behind. Now it comes for Valesky. Tries to leave it there for Gleedle. Sam Gleedle. It's a tap in for Christian Valesky. And Monterey Bay are absolutely flying tonight. Bomasoso. Right through the middle. Johnny Rodriguez. Rodriguez scores! Something out of nothing for the Oakland Roots.
We understand an upside-down world. But they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day, and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more, because we have an appointment with destiny.
Loudoun United hosting Hartford Athletic on ESPN Plus on SiriusXM FC and on your TV in Hartford as well. 1-1 at halftime. Ricky Lopez, Espen, Mike Watts. Let's get you caught up on news and notes around the USL Championship and beyond. USL has a bunch of players at the Gold Cup. Regrettably for Trinidad and Tobago, have 5 of them. The U.S. dropped 6 of them. Goals, that is.
It's going to be very interesting. The players that come back, because we've had a conversation with someone around USL, especially the team, saying, look, we want them to do well, but we don't want them to advance because we want them to come back to our roster. So again, what an opportunity for players to showcase on an international level.
Ethan Kohler kind of came out of nowhere, and there's a handful of players that have left the league without ever really making that big a ripple that find their ways overseas. Such the case for Werder Bremen, bringing him in now.
And what an opportunity. Talk about opportunity for the youngster to go to a club massive enough like Werder Bremen. So they have to see something in him, and all the best, because that's something massive for the Oakland Roots, and understanding that there is a pipeline to send players abroad.
Yep. Meanwhile, Monterey, Oakland, you saw the commercial. We don't have to say more. It's July 15th, ESPN2. Upcoming schedule, action picks up again tomorrow with 2 games on the 4th of July. Switchbacks, home of the Air Force Academy, take on Monterey Bay. Ricky and I will have that call. Vegas and New Mexico tomorrow as well, and then we pick up weekend coverage.
I'm looking at Memphis. What's their reaction look like hosting the reigning champions of San Antonio FC? So that one's going to be very interesting. And in the 11, and FC Tulsa, that one I'm going to circle, but also Bob Lilly and Mark Briggs, 2 of the best in USL Championship.
Yep, and if you're Memphis, just know that Charleston got fully punked by San Antonio earlier this year. It can get worse, but Memphis, night to forget on ESPN2 over the weekend in a season that right now has looked pretty memorable under first-year coach Stephen Glass. Loudoun and Hartford, red sky at night, sailor's delight. We're going to have a fine 4th coming up. Still got a little more to go here, another 45 minutes to come.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, giving your business the freedom to grow today. Segra is a proud sponsor of the Loudoun United Football Club.
Loudoun United hosting a real party here tonight. There a truck you have in mind there? I don't know. That octopus looks like it's having a really good time.
What about the poutine?
Yeah, okay. Midnight poutine. I get it. All right. Loudoun Hartford 1-1 at halftime. Let's kick things off in the 8th minute because surely Hartford did.
It's all about this run from Sadie. Little check over the shoulder, and it's a lack of rotation as Jake Morris gets pulled out. If you're Chica, you have to be able to pull across. You talk about the little drop of the shoulder. Creating your own space as a number 9 is so important. Squeaks it into that near post. Smooth sailing for Hartford Athletic.
Skip ahead to the 17th minute. Just as easily could have been 2.
But again, you talk about getting yourself into that final third, but the decision-making, the quality, and being a bit more ruthless. Nervy moments for Jacqueline here, but he does well to punch it open away. But Sadie was so active on that far side, just asking questions, testing the shape of the right side of Loudoun United.
20th minute, the response that Loudoun was really looking for, if we're being honest, the last 3 days.
You just talk about the spacing, you talk about the movement, little triangles all over the field, around the corner. And as Jackson Hopkins just continues his run, it's Husu Landry. The extra pass, he draws in Rice, and what a quality goal this is in terms of their team goal, the movement, how clean, how decisive it is for that final third. And that's something that's going to be music to Ryan Martin's ears.
And good job by Hopkins calling for that ball and widening out enough. A lot of young players don't think at that level. Skip ahead to the 26th minute. This was an area that they got roasted tonight.
And just around the corner, balls being broken in terms of line, but Elvis Amo, that's not once, but it's going to be the secondary opportunity that he just 1v1 between him and Jacobin, straight at the goalkeeper. Much like the first time, you pick a corner as a number 9, especially with the quality that Elvis Amo has. He knows he should do better, and he could do better. Frustrating first half for the striker.
And then in the 45th minute of play, Loudoun United pushing into the final third, trying to go ahead for the first time tonight.
Gray's been very, very good. As Husu Landry continues his run, he draws in a lot of players, the timing, the little no-look off of the shoulder, but again, it's a lack of rotation for Sheldon as Lapper gets pulled off, but you want to do better with the finish there for Husu Landry.
Halftime stats are brought to you by Betfred. 11 shots in that first half, 1-1 at the break, and it felt pretty even. They both had a bunch of chances.
I think the message for both of those coaches is going to be two things. Defensively, your shape needs to be better as one player gets pulled out. What does the reaction look like in terms of the coverage from the other three? And also in the attacking phase of the game, be more clinical in around that 18-yard box. Test the goalkeeper a bit more. And if you get an opportunity, you have to make it count. So it's going to be interesting the first 10 to 15 minutes here in between these two players.
Well, we've got bad news. Just look around. Everyone's walking off the field. Oh, man. Here we go again. You know, I was working in the NWSL this weekend, and I think literally half the games had a lightning delay, and such the case here. Ricky, what did you used to do during these 30-minute, which oftentimes were much longer than 30-minute lightning delays?
You sit in your locker, you scroll on Twitter, you look at Mike Watts' Instagram and Twitter, you see what he's all about, or you play soccer tennis, little things like that. Card games, whatever these players like to do to get their mind off the game, because 30 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, if you take a look at the widest shot we have here, you'll see there is hardly a cloud overhead. It is almost impossible to contemplate how this has happened, but it has. And the rule, a lightning strike within 8 miles, you can set your watch to it, a minimum 30 minutes. And so as you can see, dastardly weather overhead, I guess.
Looks like a lovely night.
We're going to give it a little bit of time. Wow. So I'm not sure what Hartford's going to put on TV, but I bet it's somewhere in the vein of Gilligan's Island. We're going to go ahead and play some soccer tennis, and we'll give you updates as we have them. Lightning in the area. We will have a delay no less than now about 27 minutes as the teams head off to the dressing room. It is halftime here in Loudoun County. It's 1-1 between Loudoun United and Hartford Athletic with a second half to come eventually. We welcome you back to Leesburg, Virginia. Come on up, take the elevator. Loudoun United and Hartford Athletic are retaking the field. We've waited long enough. Two teams right near the playoff line, and with Ricky Lopez-Espin, who I know much better than I did 2 hours ago, Mike Watts on hand. 155-minute weather delay. It began in the middle of halftime. Ricky, when's the last time you had a 166-minute halftime?
Never.
Okay. So now what?
Now it's going to be very interesting. Now, if you're Nizami, what does this look like in terms of the reaction from your boys? How do you keep them turned into this game and mentally in tune? And from Ryan Martin as well. Obviously, the fans are out of the window. Not going to be that same hostile environment. So how do you manage moments? It's going to be really interesting these next first 5 minutes, how you play yourself into this game.
All right, so the delay is over. How do you spend that time? They were doing fireworks after the game, but the fans wanted the fireworks now, and who could blame them? Their 4th of July extravaganza occurs indeed on the 3rd, as initially planned. That was about 2 hours ago now, and since that time, most fans have found their cars, found their keys, and found their pillows. Happy 4th, buddy.
Happy 4th.
Yeah, and we will be here when it turns the 4th, I think. Hartford in blue and green. It's the white and red of Loudoun. J.C. Griggs is still here. You know, we always talk about what the players do. No one asks what the referees do.
It's a very interesting question. Only the same thing. Just keep your Twitter, keep your Instagram, see what you've been up to for the last 155 minutes.
The goals came from Jackson Hopkins in the 20th from Husu Landry, and Edgardo Rito in the 8th minute assisted Prince Sadie. 1-1 at halftime. The watch is ready. We are underway after 166 minutes. The longest halftime of the year. 1-1 between Loudoun, who sit right at the playoff line in the three-way tie for 8th, and Hartford, who sit at the bottom but only 6 points out. Well, for Loudoun, they came in saying we have to play at a high level from the beginning. Our intensity has to be right. And they concede 8 minutes in, eventually get their equalizer, and then we see this wild back and forth affair. If you're Hartford, just welcomed a new coach to the fray. The assistant, Omid Namazi, steps in place of Tab Ramos. They wanted to get off to a great start of their own. You get a 2.5-hour delay now, Ricky. Both these sides are probably still saying the exact same thing they did 3.5 hours ago.
It all comes down to managing moments for both of these sides. So we'll start for Loudoun United, the home side. You talked about wanting a fast start, especially after the lack thereof last time out. Ryan Martin said we need to mentally approach this game a lot better in terms of picking and choosing our times, and watch out.
Ryan goes down. They have given the foul. They're announcing 2 changes here from Loudoun United. Hartford unchanged after making just 1 change their 11 game-over-game Barrera for Niall Logue. The substitutions are brought to you by Segra tonight. Aiden Rocha comes on for Abdul Zane. Chica touches over to Rocha. Hangs on the left.
Tactically, this is going to change for Loudoun United, as Rocha's going to be the left back. That's going to push up Jake Morris, as we see here. Also Williamson, he's going to play next to Zach Ryan. Probably those two, and their number 1 pairing for Ryan Martin on the top line. Jackson Hopkins is going to play on the right-hand side. So you talked about fluidity between Williamson and Ryan. Williamson's going to stay high, hard-working, likes to occupy the 2 center backs. So that's going to give the real estate and the freedom for Zach Ryan to pop in those half holes and ask a lot of questions of Hartford in that back line.
And Kawanda came out, replaced by, you mentioned him, Tommy Williamson, who's got 5 goal contributions in just shy of 1,300 minutes this year. Put in play here through Hopkins. Scored for the 3rd time this season today. Ball launched across off the head of Ryan. Lewis, back to Rice, the Virginia native who probably anticipated a thunderstorm when he came back home. Aiden Rocha.
Loudoun seemed a bit more comfortable on the ball to start the second half. Too many times was playing direct. Using sloppy turnovers, trying to play a ball into a traffic area, but picking up spaces a lot better between lines. So if you're Ryan Martin, 33 minutes into the second half, you seem a lot more complacent in terms of your pacing, but also your decision making.
Landry, Rocha, decent start with the ball for Loudoun. Side that sits right at the playoff line, tied for 8th or tied for 10th. But genuinely 9th by goal difference. Switch onto Jake Morris. Landry pitchforks across. Koa Santos. Ball checks up, so Santos crossing. It's over Morris. Touched away by Sadie, onto Garay. Williamson. Williamson, kick save by Rice. Free kick Hartford, and finally a moment to breathe.
A lot of numbers in and around that 18-yard box. As Williamson gets this ball in the half turn, no one steps up and closes down the space. Has eyes for that far post, but what a massive save this is from Rice. Kick save to make himself big. Have to go back on the other way. Learman just a bit too overzealous, comes through the back of a Moby. You start to see this bright start for the home side, asking all sort of questions on the front foot.
Where would Rice be if he had not broken his arm preseason last year with Loudoun? Of course, Loudoun this year bringing in Hugo Farreau, retaining Dane Jockeman. Rice did make it back last year. Spent some time in Detroit as well. 5 appearances. Koa Santos sees the ball tossed at him, and a card handed to Luke Merrill. That's his 4th of the season. The rookie from Utah.
Just no need. Frustration in the second half, under a lot of pressure. Now, if you're Hartford Athletic and Merrill, what does this look like in terms of your discipline, in terms of your decision making? What challenges do you decide to go into 5 minutes after coming out of a lengthy halftime? Not what you want.
I don't know, he did put it right in the pocket. that wasn't a difficult catch, I think, if Santos wanted to catch it.
That's when you make it the most of it. Yeah, it's a strike, but you try to move out of the way.
Well, Merrill's been booked, nevertheless. It's a nice feint to get Sadie hopping, bypassing Barrera, the return to Landry. Spots the run of Rocha to the outside, instead maintained by Morris. Hopkins. It's a throw. Well, this is intriguing. Substitutions brought to you by Segra. It's Kave Rod coming in. Second appearance off the bench all season. Places Andre Lewis. It's a center back placing a more attack-minded player. Then you bring on Antoine Holpino to replace Matt Sheldon, who was playing outside back. He returns after a 2-week layoff. Red Cards can do that. Sub brought to you by Segra.
Number 3, Kave Rod. And number 29, Antoine Holpino. All substitutions are brought to you by Segra.
Once again, a different look for Hartford Athletic. Rito's going to push a line higher. Rod's going to play at the right back. You're going to drop in Morel at the left back. So we're back 4 across for Namazi, is Merrill, Lambert, McLean, and Rod.
Lynn got it wide. There's the cross. Morris in mind. And Hartford trying to get into the attacking half with momentum for the first time in the second half. Rito, Sadie, as Holpino approaching the back post. Touched away from Elvis and Mo, who had two clear-cut chances in that first half for Hartford.
Yeah, it just hasn't been clean enough, especially in around that 18-yard box. Sadie picks his head up. No, his movement is good. Just to peel off the shoulder and stay his ground. Loudoun United is retreating into their own 18-yard box, but that first touch lets him down. You want to be a bit cleaner if you're Elvis and Mo in the second half, especially.
McGlynn sent that back off his line, bounding once, now twice. Rice has ended it for the moment. Blaring forward, Morris chips it through. Chance for Loudoun. Rice down to make the save. Appeals in all directions for a foul, and there was none. Rito at full bore. Recovered by a Mo. Rito plays it wide. He's gone down. Free kick, Hartford. But the real intrigue is on the other end.
Just nervy stuff for Hartford Athletic, especially since coming out of the back. Just not enough weight on it, but give credit to Rice, not once, but twice. Comes up massive and negates Loudoun United secondary goal. There's a shout for backside of Barrera. Very harsh to point to the spot there. There's a little bit of contact, but Husu Landry makes the most of it. Back on the other end, Rito's coming to life, and as this game opens up, you're going to start to see him full head of steam, running downhill. Requires a lot of attention, so the movement off of him is going to be really important for the success for Hartford Athletic.
McGlynn swings Thor's hammer with his right foot. We've had a lot of lightning and not a lot of thunder, and McGlynn can change that in very short order. If you want to be a little more nuanced about it, Barrera might be your man. Barrera puts it in play. McGlynn decided to send a worm burner.
We've seen a lot of stuff straight off the training ground from this Hartford Athletic side. McGlynn just comes around the corner, a little roll behind his shoulder from Barrera. Like you said, we've expected spectacular from McGlynn. The goals that he's scored throughout his career in the Hartford Athletic jersey, just gets that one all wrong.
I would love to see the McGlynn family soccer pickup games. Of course, his brother, a very well-known commodity now as well. The former coach, Harry Watling, for Hartford once told me that Connor McGlynn has the most pure hit of the ball of any player he had ever worked around. And at the time he said, I was in the Chelsea Academy. I've seen some really high-level ball strikers.
You just see the goals that he scored, whether it was from 30 yards, halfway mark, one point in his career as well. Just the quality it takes to pull that off. And it's something, yeah, you can do it on the training ground, but when you walk across the white line, pressure's on opposition and closing down the space to pull it off and to execute it at the high level. So there's no argument on my end there from Watling, because we've seen it firsthand.
Touched off of Rocha to lead to a corner here for Hartford. They've been very, very creative on set pieces tonight.
It's interesting, especially in the second half when things aren't clicking through the flow of the game. Set pieces become so important.
Omid looking to make some adjustments. He's played this through. Barrera and the header back across, not to be. Hopkins sees Ryan, inverts, Morris. Wide run of Landry, Rocha. Chance to get a cross in was closed. Garay. It's going to find Rice. Win for Loudoun carries them above the playoff line. They've lost their last 3 games, including a 3-0 game against Charleston. But really nothing went right. They didn't like how they started and got a red card right before halftime. Ironically, they felt like they played better with 10 than with 11. Nevertheless, a 3rd loss in a row, and they're about to go on the road to Louisville and Detroit next week. Rito through for Sadie. There's Jockeman.
But how many times have we seen this run from Sadie on wide areas for Hartford Athletic as the outside back picks up their head, just splitting the difference between Chica and Rocha on this near side, Learman and Santos on that far side. So you're an outside back and you get drawn out, the reaction underneath you needs to be a bit better in terms of your rotation. So if Rocha peels off, Chica has to shift over and close down that passing lane to negate those transition moments that Hartford's looking for.
Lappert out to touch. Hartford, to be fair, 1 win in their last 11. It was against Loudoun, 6 winless in the league. This a corner for Loudoun United, who started this night both loud and united. It's since tapered off here. July 3rd celebration, the fireworks already off. Corner here, shy of the hour mark. Curling ball backside, there's Rice. Wow, there goes Santos. Guess this field's a little slick.
My question is, if you're Merrill, how are you going into a challenge that rash like that?
Landry pokes through Williamson, back to Landry. Got away from him, and the turf monster has climbed out of the ground.
And he knows it. He knows he should do better with a cleaner first touch. It's 2-1 from the home side. Once again, it's been just so good. That's going to get you into the book.
No question. Halftime substitute, Rocha.
It's been just so good for Loudoun United, having that extra pass as his ball rotates over to Williamson to advance his run inside that 18-yard box. You just see it. It's just so good. As a center back, you never want to get turned with the ball. You always want to turn with the runner. When it gets called ball watching off to the corner, that face tells it all. First touch lets him down. But what a golden opportunity that was for Loudoun United.
How good has the interchange been?
It's been impressive.
Yeah, Loudoun with those little back heels and touch-offs at the top of the 18.
I think if you're Ryan Martin, you see that in training time and time again, but how do you execute that on game day? I think that's going to be the question to be asked. Can you see it more times often than not? Because the talent is there. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they can produce little individual moments, but so many times it's a lapse of focus, a lapse of rotation.
Through ball cut out. Barrera maintained it. Reaches the end line. That's a corner. Danny Barrera signed midway through 2019. He started that year with Cal FC, amateur side that upset Las Vegas Lights. Well over 100 games for the club. One of the great assist men in championship history. Corner through by Landry. Rito from Rod. So much of the messaging for Hartford this week was, this is a hard reset. Mead Namazi was here last week, but what happened previous is to go behind. Rito somehow off the first time, nearly set up a Mo.
It's such a fantastic ball, and those little instances just like that, understanding as Rito comes across, he's gonna hit this first time. So that's gonna come with time, understanding the tendencies, especially from an outside back to a striker. How many times when outside backs get in around that 18-yard box, they take that extra touch to compose himself, to control himself, but Rito has the quality to punch it back across. Gabriel Samo, how do you play into the hands? Your movement needs to be a lot better to pull away from your individual mark.
Landry. Morris. That's another corner.
On the other hand, as Rito advances himself, who drops in and makes that back line afford to stay compact? Lack of recognition. Torres doesn't drop down. It's a ball just breaks this back line. Morris comes around the corner now. A dangerous set piece for Loudoun.
Morris debuted at Charleston last week. Stoppage and back to the bench. So that's it for Elvis Amo, and he's going to walk out of this game thinking he could have been leaving on a hat trick.
Rough day at the office for the number 9. Did all the hard work to get himself really fortunate situation 1v1 with Jackelman. So many times the quality just let him down. He knows it. Talented number 9. We've seen him score goals for fun throughout his USL Championship career. And what's the reaction look like next time you walk across that white line for Elvis and Mo? He did the hard part.
Sub brought to you by Segra. Baker's dozen goals last year. He's still on 3 midway point of this year, coming in from that juggernaut out in Colorado. All through for Edwards, pride of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ryan wafts this forward for Santos. Ryan. Morris. Ball across header from Morris. Did end up on frame. That's easy for Joe Rice. And we talked about having a good start. How about 70% of the ball in the first 15 minutes for Loudoun? That's what they've been looking for, a little more control.
You have to be very pleased if you're Ryan Martin, but the next step in that progression is, yes, you can have the ball all you want, but what do you do with it?
Rito, that's another enticing ball, this time Rocha in the way. I watch Rito and I go, that is quintessential New York Red Bulls outside back, and then you realize that's where he started his time here in the States, coming from Venezuela. Lappard, back from Hopino. Juan Pablo Torres. Rod. Beneath Edwards. Rito. He already has an assist tonight. Gliding by Rocha, lifting that to the backside. Where's that one gonna land?
The district.
Yeah.
It's just such good work from Rito. Exactly where he wants his individual defender, Rocha, on his heels, already on the yellow card. So he pushes the tempo and he asks questions. A little drop of the shoulder as everyone's crashing towards this near post, clips it. Hard post, just gets it all wrong. Such a difficult technique to keep it on target as traffic is coming. The patience, the balance within your body as well. But Rito, he's been so good. 68 minutes in for this Hartford side.
It's Learman coming off injury. The thought was maybe 60 minutes tonight. Perhaps the 2-hour break, 2.5-hour break was halftime. We'll let him go the full 90 again. As mentioned in that halftime, Hartford, of course, is going to host San Diego, and then they're going to go on the road to Tulsa while a flock of seagulls take over their stadium. If you don't believe me, go look it up. True story. Down goes Sadie.
By the way, that's a foul.
Change here for Loudoun. They made 2 changes at halftime, so they're able to do what they want with the last 3. They've got all the moments they need. Jackson Hopkins coming off, scored the opener.
Just a well-worked goal for Loudoun United to keep himself on side. You mentioned it, Mike. So many times young players just venture off and get a bit too eager to hold his run. An easy finish. Man, the quality that he possesses, but this man as well is the game changer for Loudoun United. The ability to beat players 1v1, whether it's combination play as well. How quickly can he get in rhythm? How quickly can he get on the ball? Ryan Martin's side.
Rito plays through. Rather, he had the equalizer in the 20th. Opening goal came from Prince Sadie in the 8th. Chica. Oh, kept in. Morris playing with fire. Williamson. Galloping ahead, got the return. Swipes outside. Landry was offside. Referee showed a yellow there. Landry kicked the ball away. Yeah, he kicked it away. After the whistle had blown.
It'll be a frustrating one for Ryan Martin. There's just no need. Lack of discipline to keep yourself on side and then just kick the ball away.
Morris. Rocha. Learman. Santos. Take Hopino. Corner. Santos to put this in play. Spent some time at Charlotte. When he came available, Loudoun pounced. 18th start of the year. Santos. Rice wiggled himself free. Contact from behind. Count me as one who believes that if you're going to blow the whistle there and take away the right to be able to throw the ball,
Should be a yellow.
Should be a yellow.
100%.
If you've got a problem with what happened there, go ahead and end it.
Makes the most of it, to be fair. Rice, like you said, Mike, we're going to call a foul.
Well, who's that yellow on exactly? You know, I called a game with Hannah Waddingham in it this week, and it's not the best. That's the best acting I saw.
That's saying something.
You know, Ricky, it feels like we call some games where it feels like you're playing on a postage stamp because everyone is so compact. It has not felt that way today. Hartford dropping, Garay, not nearly incisive enough.
Tonight you see 11 players in their own half for Hartford Athletic. Loudoun United, how do you break this mid to low block? Move the ball very quickly, have a lot of interchange just like this. Pull players out of position.
Back to Ryan.
Especially those two center backs, if you can pull out a Lapper or a McGlynn, there's going to be a big gaping hole like we've seen the combination play quick around the corner.
Landry for Rocha. Oh, deflected back by Rod. High to the post, gratefully.
But it's off the ball movement once again. You create an overload on this near side. Too many players get caught ball watching. Rod, sigh of relief, wrong side of the post. Credit, I think that's inside. Rice has it, seen out.
Ball from Morris. You know, Ricky, I want to get you in some trouble. Do you prefer your seafood with Old Bay or lobbed on top of a pizza?
That's the trick question.
It depends which fan base you want to anger.
I plead the fifth.
How do you feel about clams on your za? Nothing there for Merrill.
You have an answer for it?
Yeah, clams on pizza is disgusting.
Just give me a margarita and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I know. We're only 20 minutes away. Loudoun pushing into the penalty area. Yet another set piece here for Loudoun.
You have to think if Hartford Athletic is going to get a goal in the second half, it's going to come through transition moments. So yes, it's your attacking set piece for Loudoun United, but defensively, what does the setup look like? How do you negate transitions? So someone needs to be in front and behind that outlet that Hartford is keeping high. You're just looking for quality here from Santos to whip this ball on top of that 6-yard box, to ask questions and cause chaos within this back line. And Joe Rice.
Well, so much for that. Loudoun have actually attempted rather more crosses in this game than their season average, and they've got another quarter hour of searching out a winner to go. Genuine appreciation for fans that stuck it out with us. When we started, it was the only game being played in the United States on this calendar day, professional level. One game in League MX, handful in South America, Gold Cup's off. This is it. Might be the first one tomorrow, too. Hartford made very clear they're going to use all 5 subs tonight, and they're preparing to go back to the well in a moment. Sadie winding, firing. No bobble that time from Jockeman. Sadie already scored tonight. Maybe he can add one here before he takes leave. Herrera nearly through. Rocha on the run.
I think it's been better for Hartford Athletic in their defensive structure. Too many times in the first half, too many gaps between lines spread apart. That's why you start to see
That's going to bounce, and Rito's going to hang that up in the air. Fair to say that was even before they added the third center back into the game, and then you have Rito and Holpino as your wing backs?
I mean, so many times we saw that front line would go to press, but that middle line would not step with them. And Loudoun had the success just to break through lines, create overloads. So I think that's something that was pointed about during the break, saying we just need to be compact. If that front line goes, that back line needs to follow. We can't have over 10 to 15 yards between lines. You know how quickly Loudoun can play between and be decisive off the ball movement. So it's been better in terms of their shape for Hartford Athletic.
All right, changes galore en route. Both sides are going to go back to the drawing board. Wonderful news to see Cole Turner return. A meniscus injury back in training at the end of March. He'll turn 22 in a couple of days. Trots onto the field. Wesley Leggett on as well. That's it for Jake Morris.
Number 3, Jake Morris.
And Jeremy Gray done as well. Substitutions tonight presented by Segra.
Now entering the match, number 14, Wesley Leggett. And number 16, Cole Turner.
Into the penalty area. Somehow that's a cross, and that is a foul against Loudoun. Yellow card for dissent. There is no VAR in the championship. What you see is what you get.
I think if you're Hartford, you're thankful there's no VAR. As this ball pops off, Leggett gets there before Torres. And what ensues after is just a body check. We go back to our conversation that we had earlier, Mike. If that's in the middle of the field, are you calling a foul? 100% you are. The ball's gone. You can see the dissatisfaction on Ryan Martin's face, and I'm right there with him. Very interesting no call, or there is a call on the wrong player from J.C. Griggs. I think Hartford get away with one.
7 to your right.
So Apollon for the goal scorer back in the 8th minute for Hartford. Sub brought to you by Segra. Also brought on Beverly Makingila. Let's take a look back at that goal. It was a long, long time ago.
Just to create your own space as a striker, as an attacking player, is so important. And just the spatial awareness. He understands Jake Morris is on his bike. Little drop of the shoulder, use some momentum against his defender. And a really clever finish on that near post. It was a bright shift for Prince 80. 81 minutes in, job well done.
And Hartford fans can go ahead and put away that lineup card. That's it, 5 subs. Notably tonight, Hartford still without Tristan Hodge. Played against the U.S. with Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. And to be fair to him, it's the same result that Memphis suffered against Phoenix.
And the yellow card that was issued in the 80th minute was to Loudoun United, number 28, Zach Ryan.
So there was a yellow on that last play. It was not to Wesley Leggett for the contact. It was to Zach Ryan for sprinting up to J.C. Griggs and telling him his thoughtful opinions. Rito, I'm sure that's all it was. El Medgar. This is USL After Dark, baby. Here we go.
I don't think it was to invite him to get some clams on some za.
See, now you're in trouble. Just watch the...
Watch out.
Turned over. That is Williamson. Williamson! He's waited all night for this moment. It's arrived. Loudoun lead. for the moment, Loudoun is above the playoff line.
So opportunistic, the ability to sniff out a half opportunity as Rod plays this square. That's a big no-no, especially in your defensive half. But what ensues? Composure, quality of the highest order. Picks his corner, executes it to perfection. Williamson as a sub, you want to come into this game and impact it positively in terms of your energy, in terms of your quality, and does just that. Loudoun have their lead. Williamson has his 4th goal on the year. Very happy Ryan Martin.
And a staggering feeling for Joe Rice. Williamson in the 83rd is 4th of the season. Had a few in the Open Cup as well. And Hartford are thinking this cannot be happening again. They've given up now a dozen goals in the final 15 minutes of games this year, most in the league, and 5 to substitutes. The only teams that have allowed more, Birmingham and Loudoun. Well, the impetus is on Hartford now. It's another week at the bottom of the table. Apollon. For all the talk for Hartford about not conceding soft goals, that's it. That was the one.
Just comes about decision making. Too many times players try to play out of a very sticky situation, especially in your defensive half. Risk versus reward, you just want to clear your lines if you're Rod there. Never played square, especially when you're about 30, 35 yards out of your own box. Williamson gets a better body position. Give credit to the hard work to be able to sniff out a half opportunity, be opportunistic, have the composure to find the back of the net. So if you're Ryan Martin, how do you play with this lead? 6+ minutes left.
With Hartford. Spoken this week about mentality, recognizing this is a results business. Saw the club let go of their coach and bring in Omid Namazi. Ball through for Edwards, never got there. Edwards, looks like he got kept onside by Chica. The slide in had to be perfect, apparently it was. And Learman, slow to get up, he's just coming back from an injury.
Last-ditch defending effort there from Learman. Edwards gets off to the races. The timing, all ball. Not even a shout for went to the mark. The recovery run from the center back, and he's been massive for Loudoun United. Yes, he does his defensive duties, only expected to play maybe an hour. Also, the composure on the ball, the ability to step into that middle third and kickstart the attack with his passing range and his vision, his technique. So if you're Ryan Martin, you have to be extremely pleased with just performance from your 2 center backs coming into this match.
Rod. Angling away Merrill. Touched outside by Edwards. Rito being shown the ultimate respect by Rocha. This falls right back to Edwards, who got tripped up. He was calling for a free kick. I mean, Namazi is asking for the same. But it's Loudoun the other way, trying to find the finisher. It's too far for Leggett. Ball through. Hopino Denied by Jacquemin. Williamson striding for Loudoun, trying to take time and maybe find the final dagger of this game. McGlynn. Bouncing ball hung on the turf. Learman unable to corral that. Holpino wins a corner. There's going to be a card for a previous intervention, but how about this?
Massive save. Jacquemin just comes off his line, makes himself massive. This ball's a bit too heavy for Holpino. Likes to lunge for it. It's really interesting. As Barrera steps a bit higher, Makingila, he's going to be the one just at single pivot. As we see Chica go into the book for the drawn down on Edwards moments ago.
Corner for Hartford. Skims over the 6. Athletic retain if they're to find an equalizer 90th minute or later. Makingila. Rito. That's more convincing.
I think this suits Hartford a little bit better in terms of their just comfortability, and especially in the center of the park. Makingila more defensive minded, so that gives the real estate and the license to roam for Danny Barrera. He needs to get on the ball a bit more. He's pulling the strings as of late, and that's something that if you want Hartford Athletic, him to get on the ball, especially higher up the field, to pull the strings.
Header away by Ryan. He's basically a defender now. Rod, maybe not the best use of time. Almedkar spots the run of Leggett, instead plays underneath.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 4 minutes of
Stoppage time brought to you by Novak, delivering power you can count on. 4 added minutes. How good was Jacquemin tonight?
He's been massive. I mean, big time saves he's made, especially in that first half, denying El Simo not once but twice. That one on Opino.
Nearly stripped by Hartford. Someone in the stands has gotten to the point there. They stopped serving during the break, didn't they? Asking for hallucinations.
I don't know if they did or not.
USL After Dark.
Yeah, that's it. 2.5 minutes. Leggett got shoved down, and that valuable time as much as real estate.
Stay here, please. Come in next to Cole, please. Cole.
If this ball moves more than 5 feet, it's a travesty, right?
Off to the corner. Over here we see Landry, Medcar here.
There it is. Landry to the corner flag. He's gone down, do it again. And a card. That's going to go to Barrera.
That's your second yellow.
This ball goes more than 1.5 feet. Barrera said, I'm not stretching you out.
A yellow card has been issued in the 93rd minute to Hartford Athletics, number 10, Danny Barrera.
Mead Namazi looks on. Nothing he can do to make the clock count slower. Up the line, Rocha. Chica. Williamson riding Apollon. And a free kick here for Hartford with a little bit of time remaining. The yellow card counts for anything. Maybe there's just a little bit longer than another 15 seconds. Rice. Turned it over. Landry. And that is finally full time. It took 4 hours and 18 minutes, but Loudoun move above the playoff line by finding their winner after a 2.5-hour lightning delay. Williamson in the 83rd, and Loudoun back to winning ways. Williamson bags his 4th of the year. It's the winner, but it was very close to not being a winner. Save the game presented by Segra.
Just massive. From minute 1 to minute 95, Jalkaman comes off his line extremely quick on open-out, makes himself big. Again, the finish is not the best from Hartford Athletic in their attacking unit, but he was massive for the success of Loudoun United, and well-deserved and much-needed 3 points for Ryan Martin. And you talk about maturity, to stay mentally tuned into this game. You talk about the lengthy halftime. What was the reaction going to look like, and especially in the second half? And they were on the front foot from minute 45 onward.
So Loudoun United are above the line. A lot of fans here early on, and they saw some fireworks right at the outset. Goals in the 8th minute and the 20th from Sadie and Hopkins. Williamson the winner. We wrap it up on the other side after these messages and a word from your local station. Welcome back as Loudoun United huddle up on the field. It was a good crowd when we started, and really it's just that group. Ryan Martin said quite a bit that no one's going to come and save this team. They've got to do it themselves. It's precisely what they do tonight. A 2-1 victory over bottom of the table Hartford and advance up the standings. Postgame is presented by Segra with Ricky, Mike. I mean, you know by now. Let's take a look at the full-time highlights. We're going to start with the opening goal in the 8th minute.
You talk about relationships all over the field. As Rito pushes wide, Sadie comes into the interior, and it's a really smart finish from the target man. Just uses Jake Morris's momentum against him, little drop of the shoulder, and what a clever finish as Jacobin's leaning to that far post, squeaks it into the near post. Hartford Athletic get their lead in the 8th minute.
In the 20th minute, however, good response by Loudoun, who really never got off the mat when it happened to them against Charleston last time.
And just off the ball movement from the home side, quick. And it's an extra pass here from Husu Landry. Justin Hopkins keeps himself on side, but you see that lack of rotation, that lack of tracking of runners from Hartford Athletic. Everyone gets called ball watching, not these players from Loudoun United. They understand if I continue my run inside that 18-yard box, I'm going to get reward. You talk about moments, you come in as a substitute, Williamson making the most, sneaking out and sniffing out a half opportunity. You just see gets the better body position of his individual mark, and what a quality finish. Cool as you would like, composed as you would like, but if you're Rod, there's a big no-no to play square, especially in around your 18-yard box. Williamson makes no mistake about the finish.
His 4th of the season, and Loudoun picks up their 6th win of the season. Up the standings they go. The lone game on this Monday night had all the fireworks, those were guaranteed, and a little bit of late lightning from Loudoun United as they knock off Hartford. For Ricky Lopez, Espen, and the whole team who stuck it out, Mike Watts saying thanks for watching, and so long for now. Have a great 4th, everybody.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League Championship cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the expressed written consent of the United Soccer League Championship.